We welcome you to the softball complex on the campus of Central Maine Community College as Muncie Media Sports teams up with our partners at Central Maine Athletics to bring you softball today and baseball later on today. We're joined by Olivia Gallen, the premier leadoff hitter here in the league, and Olivia with 31 stolen bases. I want to change your name to the Road Runner here, Olivia, with all the running that you've been doing this year.
Yeah, it's a good nickname. I like that a lot. I haven't heard anyone call me that yet, so.
Oh, there you go.
There we go.
Yeah, so actually, let's take a look at your approach here as the leadoff batter here. What are some of the things you're thinking of? Like, you start the game off, you're not that familiar with the pitcher usually unless you've already faced them. Right. What are some of the things you're thinking in your approach at the plate?
Well, if I see the first pitch and it's a good one, I'm going to swing at it. I'm not going to wait for some junk ball they're going to throw me, so. If it's a ball, I'm going to try to work the count, so try to draw a walk, but if not, I'm swinging.
Well, we've had a really busy fall and spring so far here, and you've been playing center field with the fence up. That's a little different from we had in the fall there. How's that change your approach to playing outfield here? A little shallower with the fence behind you?
Yeah, I am definitely playing a lot more shallow, so not a lot more drops in front of me anymore. But it's nice knowing that I have that protection behind me.
Yeah, you've got more than protection behind you right now. We've got a circus going on right behind you here.
Yeah,
you made a fantastic catch in center field yesterday, a sliding catch there on the turf. Do or die play, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so what were you thinking on that one?
Honestly, not much. I was just thinking ball, and then went for it. So I try not to think about that or else I'll mess it up and hurt myself. So
we're going to be going on the road here a little bit. You're really tough here at home when you take a look at it. How's that changed for you when you head on the road?
On the road, we've been going pretty far. So on the bus, I like to try to catch some sleep, stretch real good before after sitting on the bus for so long. I don't feel like I'm ready, but if we get there enough time, I just try to do the same thing I do at home, take it one pitch at a time. So
you also played some infield positions as well, so you're versatile that way. Gives Coach Robinson a little bit some more maneuverability with the lineup, and a lot of you ladies are interchangeable. That's one of the neat things about this team.
Absolutely, I was brought on this team as a utility, so you put me anywhere, I'll play it. So.
Well, anywhere that you play with excellence, and I want to thank you for coming on with us here today. Put some rocks in your pocket. Going to be a little windy out there as we hear the wind rolling through the headset there down on the field.
Yes.
Good luck, Olivia, today, and continued success here for the rest of the season.
Thank you for having me.
Well, that's going to do it for our pregame interview. We'll take a break. We'll come back. More pregame activity after these messages.
Same thing as always.
Catch the front of the net.
Those little things to make you what you are.
0, 3, 1, 2, 3, 0.
Okay, let's go. 1, 2, 3. Sit right here.
Forensics has grown so much, and it's very beneficial to the criminal justice system. I was always one of those kids that watched Forensic Files. That was something I loved. Just a science person all around. I always have been. The instructors are some of the top forensic experts in Maine. They really know what they're talking about. They've been there, done that. CMCC is very lucky to have people like this. I'm an intro to criminal justice and criminal law report writing. It's a lot of the baseline of things I have to be knowledgeable about. I want to do crime scene photography. The forensic science program is preparing me to start thinking like what's important here, what do I need to look for like right off the bat. You never know what you're going to find.
Helping people is kind of ingrained into me. I am so glad that I chose to be here. It's a really great program.
Primary deals in the heart.
The instructors are super helpful.
They really do set you up to be successful in the field.
The new hospital simulation lab here at CMCC is a great addition.
It's as close to replicating real life as you can get.
We did an IV lab.
With a mannequin, it's nice to get your toes wet before you jump into a clinical setting.
Deep breath.
CMCC is the best place to start nursing.
It's
challenging, but you are learning.
You have a smaller size classroom, smaller ratio to instructors.
It's affordable.
It really provided me relief that I'm not going to accrue a lot of debt.
I needed to set myself and my family up for success after.
I'm going to come out of this able to actually practice as an RN in the real field. It's a wonderful opportunity.
When I walked through these doors, I was just blown away.
This is insane. It just caught my attention immediately.
This is the first place that I've seen like this decked out. It's pretty sweet.
This is a grand opening for our esports arena. We're talking 1,600 square feet of pure technology.
Like, I'm shaking being here. It's so cool.
There's nothing like it in Maine. We're ahead of the curve here.
It's definitely a big market, something you can make a living on.
I've always had an interest in esports.
So we're treating it like an extension of our athletic program. And then in addition to that, we're starting an esports management degree program.
It's just a different community for me to be a part of.
It really just helps me just be myself. It's just really fun.
This will bring students together. That's what's happening, and that's what esports is.
To me, it's beautiful, and I want to live here.
When I walked through these doors, I was just blown away.
This is insane. It just caught my attention immediately.
This is the first place that I've seen like this decked out. It's pretty sweet.
This is a grand opening for our esports arena. We're talking 1,600 square feet of pure technology.
Like, I'm shaking being here. It's so cool.
There's nothing like it in Maine. We're ahead of the curve here.
It's definitely a big market, something you can make a living on.
I've always had an interest in esports.
So we're treating it like an extension of our athletic program. And then in addition to that, we're starting an esports management degree program.
It's just a different community for me to be a part of.
It really just helps me just be myself. It's just really fun.
This will bring students together. That's what's happening, and that's what esports is.
To me, it's beautiful, and I want to live here.
from the Central Maine broadcast booth, it's Central Maine Mustangs softball as they take on the Word of Life Bible Institute Huskies in 2 7-inning Sunday early matinee games. Along with Nate Munzing, our cameraman Mo Jabral, I'm Patrick Dexler. We're getting set here for 2 USCAA softball games as your Mustangs come in with a record of 15-9-1, led by Coach Bruce Robertson. Couple of wins yesterday against Northeastern University, their club team, including a come-from-behind 7-4 win in Game 2 and a no-hitter in Game 1 by Avery Herrick, who leads the nation in strikeouts and is now up to 5th in the nation in ERA. Nate, some pregame thoughts?
Yeah, I think one of the things coming in, taking the momentum that they had from the come-behind win yesterday and kind of rolling that into this matchup today is definitely going to help. Conditions are great, nice and sunny out. We got a little bit of wind. It seems like it might be working out towards right field. Not sure. You were down the field earlier. But that could come into play. If it gets too swirly up, the ball gets up and gets trapped in the wind. It could be an interesting day out in the outfield.
Yep. Game time temperature in the upper 40s. It's saying 50 degrees now here in Auburn. The wind west-northwest at 14, so it'll be blowing from left to right. As we get set here, I'm going to do the pregame introductions. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Central Maine Community College Athletic Turf Facility for today's USCAA softball games featuring the visiting Word of Life Bible Institute Huskies and your Central Maine Mustangs. Here's the starting lineup for the visiting Huskies. Leading off, the pitcher, number 1, Cassie Bowman. The third baseman, number 2, Olivia Parker. The center fielder, number 10, Kayla Bruce. The shortstop, number 20, Victoria Garris. The catcher, number 14, Lily Zaluzniak. The second baseman, number 13, Hannah Hall. The first baseman, number 4, Madison Denning. The right fielder, number 3, Mary Roberts. And the left fielder, number 25, Todriana Coleman. And the rest of the Huskies. And here's the starting lineup for your Mustangs. Leading off, the center fielder, number 4, Olivia Gallen. The third baseman, number 9, Haley Fernald. The pitcher, number 16, Olivia Scott. The shortstop, number 1, Avery Herrick. The catcher, number 14, Emily Wormwood. The first baseman, number 12, Abby Furland. The second baseman, number 10, Addison Herrick. The right fielder, number 11, Maria Dosty. And the left fielder, number 25, Emily Sanfason. The head coach of your Mustangs is Bruce Robertson. The assistant coaches are Abby Nielsen, Daryl Fernald, and Sonia Morse. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you please rise and remove your hats as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem.
Same thing as always.
That's the front of the net.
Little things to make you what you are.
Zero, 3, 1, 2, 3, 0.
Okay, let's go. 1, 2, 3. Sit right here.
As we welcome you back, Lee Greenwood's famous rendition of the national anthem. As we get going here. As we get set here for game one, in the circle will be Olivia Scott. We'll get the defense set here. Beautiful skies here for 11 o'clock.
Yeah, it's always nice after we had some weather come through in the last couple days to have the sun pop back out some high, poofy clouds, which should help a little bit with a little bit of cloud cover so we didn't get too much glare. But, yeah, great conditions early on in the season to be able to get a game in.
A quick correction here to start off. Abby Furlan will start behind the plate. Emily Wormwood will start at first base. I was given a incorrect lineup card by the looks of it, Nate, but nonetheless, with the Mustangs being the home team, we're used to making quick adjustments. Word of Life coming in. They have not played yet this spring. And I don't believe they play in the fall, so this will be a chance for them to get out on the field and get some live game action. As Olivia Scott warms up, we'll set the defense in the outfield left to right will be Emily Sanfason. Olivia Gallen, who leads the nation in stolen bases. If you saw the pregame interview with Rob Munzing and Olivia. In right field will be Maria Dosty. The infield left to right will be Haley Fernald, Avery Herrick, Addison Herrick, and Emily Wormwood. And behind the plate, Abby Furland. Leading off for the Huskies, the pitcher, Cassie Bowman.
Should be interesting early on, Pat, to see how the Huskies transition into on-field games here. This should be a little interesting for them coming out of New York.
A 5.5-hour ride from just north of Albany. And the first pitch is in there, and we are underway.
That's some gusto one right there.
First pitch, 11:04. And that pitch is swung on and missed. Olivia Scott picking up the win in relief yesterday in game 2. That pitch fouled back. Scott, 4 innings of no-hit relief. Taking over for Michaela Gross. Mustangs scored 7 unanswered in game 2 yesterday. Baseball just warming up as they will start at 1 o'clock on the other side of the turf complex. The 1-2. And now Scott's 2-2. Swung on a missed. There's the first strikeout. The third baseman, Olivia Parker. And so far, a good start for Olivia Scott. That pitch is swung on and missed.
Pretty good groove right now.
The second year from Quispamsis, New Brunswick, Canada, fires the 0-1, and that is swung on and missed. And that 0-2 was fouled towards the Mustang dugout. And Scott fires. That is swung on and missed. And 2 strikeouts so far. Both swinging. The center fielder, Caleb Bruce. And the pitch. Just inside.
Yeah, I just missed in the corner there.
And that 1-0 is in there. And the 1-1 from Scott. Outside.
Quiet little lull right now down on the field and around the game right now, Pat. A lot of, looks like just focus here. I think Scott's just doing such a good job. It's kind of quieted everyone. She's really kind of in a groove right now.
And the 2-2. And Bruce goes down swinging. 3 straight swinging strikeouts for Olivia Scott. And the Mustangs coming to bat in the bottom of the first.
Same thing as always.
That's the front of the net.
All those little things to make you what you are.
0, 3, 1, 2, 3, 0.
Okay, let's go. 1, 2, 3. That's it right here.
And we welcome you back for the bottom of the first, as the Huskies will take the field. This is their first games of the season.
Yeah, tough draw when you come in and you're facing an opponent that's already had close to, if you include the fall. I mean, they've had a season and a half already. So gotten a lot of innings played early on in the season too. Went down and got a bunch of games in down south. And so if you're coming in the first week here in April and it's your first outing, it's going to be really tough, especially when you got Olivia Scott on the mound and you're facing her, and she was just grooving there for those first 3 batters. It didn't seem like there was much, I wouldn't say effort, but it just seemed like that she was just placing her shots. When she missed, Pat, this is interesting, she was just barely missing on the outside, a little inside, a little low, which is usually a great sign from a pitcher if they're just barely missing, because it means that they're really locked in, and it should be a really good outing for them.
As we will get set here, it'll be Olivia Gallen that leads the Mustang lineup off. And she leads the nation in stolen bases with 31, and she'll look to add on to that, as executive producer Rob Munzing gave her the nickname Roadrunner.
Yeah, the Roadrunner to lead off here. Almost rooting for her just to hit a single so she can go ahead and continue her streak and get the stolen base. Which means that, I mean, even if she gets a double, I mean, she might have opportunity to get to third anyways and take that. So she does a great job of not only stealing bases but getting on base. She doesn't create and convert into a lot of outs, which is obviously a huge weapon to have as your leadoff batter.
Following her will be Haley Fernald, who is now 5th in the USCAA in RBIs. Then Olivia Scott will be the third hitter due up in the inning. And then 4th is Avery Herrick. She moves up to 4th in the nation in RBIs. And from a pitching standpoint, you may see Herrick in the circle for game 2. She's 5th in ERA and 1st in strikeouts. So getting it done from both sides of the plate. Definitely a key contributor, and as we've said, she'll be in the running for All-American. Leading off for your Mustangs, the center fielder, Olivia Gallen. And the first pitch from Cassie Bowman skips to the plate, count 1-0. Two and 0 now to Gallen. Definitely don't want to let Gallen get on base, whether it's a walk, a hit, you name it, because before you know it, she may even be on third base.
Yeah, and she's going to be taking all, no question here. Haven't had a strike or a close, even close strike call here early in this at bat.
And the 3-0, and Gallen walks on 4 straight. The third baseman, Haley Fernald.
It should be relatively easy here for Gallen to be able to take this. I mean, pitcher having some difficulty getting the ball all the way to the catcher here early, so.
That pitch is low, and there's stolen base 32.
I mean, she might get 33 here, too, going down to third, Pat. Or it wouldn't surprise me.
Defense playing in the infield.
Yeah, way up.
The 1-0.
Will she get home? Will she steal home in softball? That would be amazing. I don't suspect that's going to happen. Maybe on the toss back. This could get interesting. We'll see what kind of secondary lead she gets down third.
That last one was almost a wild pitch. But a good job by Zaluzniak to keep it in front of her. As Cassie Bowman, with control issues early on, Mustangs will look to capitalize. The 3-0, and Fernald walks.
Yeah, 2 straight walks.
The pitcher, Olivia Scott.
With the first and third situation here, early in the bottom of the first, she's going to take second here, no question.
And the pitch. And that one's going to get past Zaluzniak, and Gallen will score. Fernald slides into third.
Yeah, nice job there by Fernald, understanding the situation. You know, the play at the plate, or what seemed like there might have been a play at the plate, was going to take everyone's attention off of her. She just continued right around second base with a good turn and was able to get over to third, score a run for CM in the process.
Count 2-0 to Scott. Mustangs up 1-0. Have not recorded a hit yet, though.
Nope.
2 walks and...
Got a run without a hit. That's impressive.
2 walks and a wild pitch. And that pitch is swung on and missed as Scott trying to make contact.
You know, Bowman getting her first strike. I think, yeah, you see Coach telling the ladies to move up in the box a little bit. They're going to have to play on the front end of the batter's box in order to get opportunities to get cuts and swings in against Bowman.
And the 3-1. And Scott will walk.
So right back to the same situation.
The shortstop, Avery Herrick. As Avery will step in looking to add on to her 26 RBIs on the season. And the pitch. And Scott will take second. Mustangs now with both runners in scoring position and still nobody out. The 1-0 that's going to get past the catcher, and the runners will move up. Count now 3-0 to Avery.
It's going to be a tough day even for CM to get swings in, Pat. The ball not reaching the plate right now for Bowman. She's just got to find it. Her release point is just, it's been off. I mean, I don't think she's thrown a strike yet. She looks super frustrated, which you can see that she just doesn't look very comfortable up there.
The first baseman, Emily Wormwood. And Wormwood will step in.
Boy, and if you leave one to Wormwood just trying to find your release point, that ball could be gone.
As Avery will steal second. Count 1-0. That one just outside. If you're just joining us, Mustangs up 2-0 here in the bottom of the first. Everybody reaching via walk so far. And the 2-0 from Bowman. Wormwood offered, but checked her swing in time.
Yeah, unfortunately, that might have been the best pitch that she might get in this at-bat here, Pat.
And Wormwood will walk. And that will load the bases for Abby Furlan. The catcher, Abby Furlan. That first pitch is low.
I wonder what Coach Alyssa Weber's got planned here. I mean, I think it's pretty clear Bowman's really having some trouble here finding her release point. That was a little better.
Pitch swung on and missed. 1-1 to Furlan. Bases loaded, nobody out. Mustangs with 2 runs so far on no hits. And 5 walks so far for Bowman. The 1-1 driven to center, and
Tough
that
spot.
will drop. And 2 runs will score. It will be a double and 2 RBIs for Abby Furlan, and the Mustangs are up 4-0. The second baseman, Addison Herrick.
A good at bat there, taking advantage of probably one of her only good opportunities there just kind of getting under it, but that's a great miss, that one, that little looper that falls into short right field.
And that pitch is in there for a strike. 0-1. As Bowman starts to find her groove here. The 0-1 is low. Pitch is high, 2-1. Three and one now to Herrick. As you take a look at our backstop camera, providing a second angle for you to see the action here.
Yeah, a little wobbly because we were having some bigger gusts of wind, but it's right up against the fence, which plays into that. But
The right fielder, Maria Dosti. And Maria Dosti steps in with the bases loaded as Herrick will walk. And the pitch. Count 1-0. Baseball warming up. They'll first pitch set for 1 o'clock. And that 1-0 gets away, but runners will not advance. Baseball taking on the University of Maine Presque Isle. You can see the action right here on the CM Athletics Facebook page, as well as Munzing Media Facebook page. And if you have Boxcast on your Roku or Smart TV, catch all Mustangs action, as we have concurrent games going on today. The 3-0 in there as that pitch gets away, but the runners will not advance. If you take away the wind out there, it's a beautiful day. And even with the wind, it's not horrible outside. As the 3-1 gets away, the runners will just move up station to station. And that will bring up the bottom of the lineup and Emily Sanfasson. The left fielder, Emily Sanfasson. Count 1-0. Mustangs with 5 runs on 1 hit so far. And that 1-0 is driven through for a base hit, as 1 run will score. 2 runs will score. It'll be a double and 2 RBIs for Emily Sanfasson, and the Mustangs put up a touchdown early on. The center fielder, Olivia Gallen. So Gallen will step in. Stole 2 bases and walked her first time. She may have a little bit of trouble stealing this time with runners on base.
Yeah, there's too much action in front of her for her to really be able to do anything there. Tough one there for Garris. That shortstop, that ball hit just too hard and down. She's really moved up and playing up, so she doesn't really have an opportunity to make a play on that.
The 1-0 swung on and missed. And the 1-1. Swung on and missed. Gallon down 1-2 to Bowman here.
You know, Bowman might actually have something here because, I mean, let's face it, the Mustangs are used to facing faster pitching. You know, if she's able just to throw strikes, their timing is going to be really kind of off here. That hit her in the box.
We'll do it again at 1-2. Yeah, no question. A couple weeks ago when Mustangs baseball was taking on Northern Essex, you would think the ace Caleb Valier would get the ball in game 1, and it was actually Ren Trinidad. And he had some of the Knights from Northern Essex fooled early on.
Yeah, I mean that because of a lot of, you know, batting in general is a lot of timing. You know, your mechanics in order to get to a certain spot as a batter or a hitter, you know, is depending on timing. So I think if she's able to just get the ball maybe, you know, across the plate in some relatively, you know, close spots, I think she's at a little bit out of an advantage because, one, CM has now moved way up in the box in order to take advantage of at least trying to get some looks. So we'll see how this all plays out.
The 3-2 grounded to first, and Gallon will reach. And the Mustangs will score another run.
And as soon as I saw the first base come off, and knew that Gallon was going to get there.
The third baseman, Haley Fernald. Trying to decide if that'll be a base hit. The first baseman, Denning, had a play on it. As that pitch grounded to third. And that will be an E5. 2 straight errors here, and Olivia Scott will step in. The pitcher, Olivia Scott. That pitch grounded to third, throw home, and they'll get the force at home, as Scott will reach on the fielder's choice.
Good play by Parker. Olivia down at third base. She got the previous one and had to hit the cutoff in the infield. That was a little interesting play, but
the shortstop, Avery Herrick,
was able to go home with that one. Having plenty of opportunity and choices there and do a nice job of fielding that ball.
And the first pitch driven to left, and a catch is made by Coleman, and there's 2 away.
Boy, that ball got on Coleman so quick. She didn't really have too much time to react. She just got her glove down. The Huskies happy about that one, and it surprised all the Mustangs.
The first baseman, Emily Wormwood. And back-to-back outs here as Emily Wormwood will step in. Bases loaded as that's grounded through for a base hit. And the runners will move up station to station. Mustangs go up 9-0. The catcher, Abby Furland. That first pitch is inside. Mustangs with 9 runs on 3 hits and 2 errors in the field for the Huskies. And the pitch. 2-0 to Furland. They're now 3-0. Bases are loaded, nowhere to put Furland. See if Bowman will battle back here with 2 outs. And Furland will walk. The second baseman. And with two away, Addison Herrick steps in. As that pitch gets away, runners will not move up.
Yeah, Coach Robertson right now just telling the ladies to stay put as, it's clear.
And time is called.
I'm confused. What happened? We're going to try and figure out. I think Pat's going to yell down to Coach Robertson to find out. What? Maybe he just does a offensive team have the opportunity to give up an out?
It could have been what happened, but I got to score it.
Right. So Pat's trying to figure out how this goes down in the book, because I've never seen anything like this. This is like the equivalent of taking a knee in football. I think they had the opportunity. He's looking up, Pat. No, he was.
So Addison Herrick records the final out of the first inning, and the Mustangs will take the field up 10-0 as we go to the second.
Same thing as always.
That's the front of the net.
Little things to make you what you are.
0 3 1 2 3 0.
Okay, let's go. 1 2 3. You sit right here.
As we start the top of the second inning, leading off the shortstop Victoria Garris. And Garris will lead it off as that pitch is outside. So we got ruling that Wormwood left the base early before the pitch was thrown, and that may have been done with intent. So the Mustangs will take the field up 10-0. And Olivia Scott continues right where she left off in the first.
Yeah, either way, I think that benefits both teams. It looked like things were really going to get out of control there. So a good break for the Huskies if it wasn't, and vice versa for the Mustangs to get out back into the field and be able to play some defense.
2-2 now to Garris.
You never want to disrupt. I mean, scoring runs is great, but if it goes on too long, then you disrupt the flow of the pitcher, and you never really want to be able to have that occur. So
that pitch pop foul. And Scott's 2-2. Inside, 3-2. Pitch grounded back to Scott. Over to Wormwood. There's one away. The catcher, Lily Zaluzniak. And for Husky fans, let us know where you're watching from, as well as our normal Mustang fans. And for the visiting Huskies, let us know if there's any pronunciations. We'd be happy to make sure we get those right. And the pitch from Scott, it's fouled off. If you're just joining us, Mustangs put up a 10 spot in the bottom of the first. Olivia Scott with a 1-2-3 top of the first. And she's continued with that as she gets a ground out to start the inning. And that pitch, she's up 0-2. A sunny Sunday morning here in Auburn. The 0-2 from Scott. Driven down the right field line, foul. And that pitch is low. And the 1-2 swung on and missed. Fourth strikeout on the day for Scott. The second baseman, Hannah Hall. As Hall will step in with 2 away. A lot better conditions than yesterday as we were.
Yeah, how were the, did you guys face any rain?
We were battling the showers as Game 1 was trying to get wrapped up, and for the most part, Game 2 was pretty dry.
Yeah, that's good.
The Mustangs swept the Northeastern Club Huskies yesterday.
Boy, they've been pretty good against the Huskies lately, huh? Huskies shouldn't come into the turf field here.
And the 0-2 swung on and fouled off. And the 0-2 from Scott swung on and missed, and it'll be another 1-2-3 inning. Mustangs will be coming to bat here in the bottom of the second.
Coaches know you can't win a game without proper planning and execution. Let Gosline Retirement Planning coach you into a confident retirement. Here at Gosline Retirement, we provide that proper planning and help you utilize a step-by-step approach on all facets of your retirement planning. We provide guidance on income planning, wealth management, understanding taxation, Medicare and long-term care, and legacy and estate planning. We pride ourselves on working hard for those who have worked hard their entire lives. So, schedule your appointment today and let the team at Gosline Retirement Planning put together a retirement game plan for you. The New England Aviation Academy is Maine's only official service training center and service training partner. NEAA is strategically located at the Brunswick Executive Airport in beautiful Brunswick, Maine, which is on the Atlantic coast and only an hour to the mountains in the western part of the state. The aircraft used by NEAA to train our students and rent to current pilots are all technically advanced airplanes, have the Cirrus airframe parachute system, and are the newest model generation. We train in the best equipment in the marketplace, which not only ensures clients are learning to fly aircraft the industry is utilizing on a daily basis, but also is the safest and most reliable. NEAA's facility at KBXM includes a spacious heated hangar, classroom space, and a private briefing room which make for an optimal learning experience. So, come fly our 2021 Cirrus SR20 and experience the Cirrus.
As we welcome you back here for the bottom of the second inning, due up for the Mustangs should be Addison Herrick, Maria Dosty, and Emily Sanfus on the 7, 8, and 9 hitters. And it looks like Herrick is out there. We'll see if Coach Bruce Robertson looks to make his substitutions. He has 2 players on the bench here.
You got to imagine he's going to probably get them in probably early here, having a 10-0, and just, looking at the differential between the two teams and where they are, it's clear that CM is significantly above the Huskies here. I don't want to.
Leading off for your Mustangs, the second baseman, Addison Herrick. As Addison Herrick will step in to start the bottom of the second. That pitch in there for a strike.
That's better to see from Bowman. If she can put something together and just throw strikes, it would be a very different, I think, inning for her. She had a lot of walks in the first, which put her in some tough situations where only a few hits ended up a lot of runs.
That pitch fouled off. Mustangs taking a different approach here early in the bottom of the second as that swung on and missed. Gets away from the catcher, and Herrick will reach on the wild pitch. The right fielder, Maria Dosty. And the pitch to Dosty swung on and missed.
Well, they're coming up. They're not being so selective. They're kind of swinging at anything right now, Pat.
One skips in. The 1-1 skips back to the backstop, and Herrick will advance on the wild pitch. The 2-1 is in there. Count 2-2 to Dosty here. Nobody out. Runner in scoring position. The 2-2 from Bowman swung on and missed. Dosty will reach first, and Herrick will head to third. The left fielder, Emily Sanfus.
A couple lucky breaks there for CM to get those pass balls on what would be strike 3, Pat. There should be 2 outs in this inning.
As Sanfus steps in with runners on the corners, and Dosty will take second. And that pitch in there, count 1-1. If you're just joining us, Mustangs with 10 runs on just 3 hits so far. And that pitch driven to left center, and that will drop. And that gets past the left fielder, Coleman. It will be a double and 2 RBIs for Sanfison, and the Mustangs go up 12-0. The center fielder, Olivia Gallen. As Gallen will step in.
You know, there's a great example of how errors will really hamstring you as a team. You know, should have had 2 outs there. If there are 2 outs, there's nobody on base. Nobody on base, there aren't those 2 runs that score. Even if she does hit that and get a double, it's not a big deal if you have 2 outs. So.
As the 1-0 grounded to the pitcher, and they get Gallen at first.
I think that's probably the only way that she gets out is a direct hit back to the pitcher.
The third baseman, Haley Fernald. As Fernald will step in. Sanfison advances to third. That pitch skips in. One out, runner on third. 2 runs in this inning as Fernald grounds one to third, and that will be down the line. Sanfison scores, and Fernald will stand on second. It's a double and an RBI. Mustangs go up 13-0. The pitcher, Olivia Scott. And the pitch. Count 1-0. Mustangs now with 13 runs on 5 hits. And the pitch. 2-0. So you take a look, a good secondary view behind home plate offers a good perspective. It's a count now 3-0. Personally, I like that camera because then you can see the entire field.
Yeah, it's a nice, especially we set it off at an angle a little bit so we could get a little bit more of the action, not directly behind the umpire who's kind of blocking most of the play. So there you get a good look at where the ball's coming in, and like you said before, Pat, the entire look at the field.
The shortstop, Avery Herrick. And with 1 away, Avery Herrick will step in with 2 runners on. This baseball about 70 minutes from their first pitch. The 1-0 outside. Game 2 will be approximately 25 minutes after game 1 here. The Mustangs will look to Mercy in 4.5, up 13, as that one is fouled back. Huskies will look to find their footing offensively in the top of the third. Three and one now to Herrick. Herrick 4th in the nation in RBIs. And that's just part of the story. She's 5th in ERA from a pitching standpoint and leads with 90 strikeouts.
Wow.
And Herrick will walk. That will load the bases. The first baseman, Emily Wormwood, as Wormwood will step in. She's at first here for game 1. Will probably catch game 2. 1-0. Wormwood and Abby Furlan will more than likely switch positions. That pitch driven through for a base hit. And 2 runs will score. It's a base hit and 2 RBIs for Emily Wormwood. The Mustangs up 15-0. The catcher, Abby Furland. And that pitch is fouled off as Wormwood heads for second. Runners on the corners here with 1 out. That pitch bunted back to the pitcher Bowman to first in time. Furlan will be credited with an RBI. And Wormwood will head to second.
Nice play by Bowman.
The second baseman, Addison Herrick.
A little small ball by CM, little practice. Nice job getting that run in. You always want to, if you're Coach Robertson, you want to still practice the scenarios, Pat, right? So they're having somebody on third lay the bunt down, move the runner over. If that's in a more serious or tighter affair, then it's just good work. Nice job there by the Mustangs.
The 1-0 skips past, and Wormwood will advance on the wild pitch. Count 2-0 to Herrick here.
Funny seeing Emily go second to third there, kind of tiptoeing. She was like, do I go? Do I know? She was already halfway, so, I think instinctually, the kids understand, okay, I'm still going to play.
The 2-0, Herrick making a change a couple games into the spring, moving from the right side of the plate to the left side. Making the adjustment, seeing she's gotten a couple base hits. But definitely switching sides of the plate, it's a big adjustment. The right fielder, Maria Dosti. With runners on the corners and 2 outs, Maria Dosti steps in. Count 1-0. She went to bunt and saw the pitch was a little low. Two and 0 now. And Dosti offers. Count 2-1. And the 2-1 from Bowman. 3-1, that's going to get away. And Herrick will take second. And Dostie offers it that. Count 3-2. Chance for Bowman to get out of the inning here. Mustangs with 6 runs in the inning. And Dostie will walk. The left fielder, Emily Sanfason. And Sanfason steps in with 2 away, and the base is loaded as she squares up. Count 1-0. Coach Robertson probably looking to get some bunting practice out of this. Maybe some good small ball execution. The 1-0 bunted back to Bowman, and the play is not made as the run will score and everybody moves up. Sanfason will reach, unfortunately, on the E1. As Olivia Gallen will step in. And the 1-0 outside. As we approach the noontime hour in Auburn, the 2-0. And the pitch, and Gallen will walk. The third baseman, Haley Fernald, as Fernald will step in. Base is still loaded with 2 away. And the pitch is bunted foul. And the 0-1. Count 1-1. And Bowman's 1-1. And the 1-1 is bunted back to Bowman, and she'll step on the plate and get the force. And that will do it for the Mustangs. We head to the third inning. Mustangs up 18-0.
walked through these doors, I was just blown away.
This is insane. It just caught my attention immediately.
This is the first place that I've seen like this decked out. It's pretty sweet.
What's the grand opening for our esports arena? We're talking 1,600 square feet of pure technology.
Like, I'm shaking being here. It's so cool.
There's nothing like it in Maine. We're ahead of the curve here.
It's definitely a big market, something you can make a living on.
I've always had an interest in esports.
So we're treating it like an extension of our athletic program. And then in addition to that, we're starting an esports management degree program.
It's just a different community for me to be a part of.
It really just helps me just be myself. It's just really fun.
This will bring students together. That's what's happening, and that's what esports is.
To me, it's beautiful, and I want to live here.
Leading off for the Huskies, Madison Denning. And the first pitch from Olivia Scott is low. As we start the third inning, a couple of subs for the Mustangs. At first base, Michaela Gross. And in left field, Emma Johnson. Count 1-1 now to Denning. It'll be the 7, 8, and 9 hitters for the Huskies here in the third inning. The 1-1 swung on a missed. And Scott's 1-2. Called. Strike 3. And Denning down looking. The right fielder, Mary Roberts. As Roberts will step in with one away. And the first pitch, grounded foul. The 0-1, 1-1. Pitch swung on and missed. And the 1-2. Just low. And the 2-2. Chop back to Scott. She'll get over to Gross in time. There's 2 away. The left fielder, Todriana Coleman. As Coleman will step in. And the pitch, swung on and missed. And Scott's 0-1 is fouled off. And the 0-2 grounded to short. Herrick over to first in time, and that will do it. Another 1-2-3 inning for Scott. As we'll head to the bottom of the third, Mustangs up 18-0.
When I walked through these doors, I was just blown away.
This is insane. It just caught my attention immediately.
This is the first place that I've seen like this decked out. It's pretty sweet.
This is a grand opening for our esports arena. We're talking 1,600 square feet of pure technology.
Like, I'm shaking being here. It's so cool.
There's nothing like it in Maine. We're ahead of the curve here.
It's definitely a big market, something you can make a living on.
I've always had an interest in esports.
So we're treating it like an extension of our athletic program. And then in addition to that, we're starting an esports management degree program.
It's just a different community for me to be a part of.
It really just helps me just be myself. It's just really fun.
This will bring students together. That's what's happening, and that's what esports is.
To me, it's beautiful, and I want to live here.
As we start the bottom of the third inning, it will be Olivia Scott, Avery Herrick, and Michaela Gross due up for the Mustangs, up 18-0.
Yeah, pretty comfortable lead here from the start, really, Pat. You kind of understood where both these teams were. CM, just obviously the better team here. But they're doing a lot of things, I think, that we've seen that's trickled down from Coach Robertson. That's been great sportsmanship and playing towards trying to get things to kind of move along and not take too long in between innings. So smart on his part here and good sportsmanship.
Leading off for the Mustangs, the pitcher, Olivia Scott. As Scott will step in to lead off the bottom of the third inning. We'll start game two about 25 minutes after game one. So the first pitch grounded back to the pitcher, Bowman, and a misplay as Scott slips on first, but she will reach on the E3. A little bit of a quick breather there as Scott went down. The shortstop, Avery Herrick.
Everyone kind of gasping there for a period of time.
The first pitch to Herrick swung on and missed. But Scott seems to be all good at first. And the pitch fouled back. And Herrick down 2 strikes. And the pitch. 1-2. Good waste there by Bowman. And Bowman's 1-2. 2-2. If you're just joining us, that is not a misprint on the scoreboard. Mustangs with 10 in the first and 8 in the second, as they're up 18-0. 3-2 now to Avery Herrick. Mustangs scoring those 18 runs on just 6 hits and 4 Word of Life Bible Institute Husky errors. The 3-2, and Herrick will walk. The first baseman, Michaela Gross. As Michaela Gross will get her first at-bat. It was a defensive replacement for Emily Wormwood to start the third inning. That pitch is low. 2-0 now to Gross. The 2-0 grounded through for a base hit. And all the Mustangs will move up a base. And that will bring up Abby Furland. The catcher, Abby Furland. Bases loaded, nobody out. And the first pitch to Furland, outside. Two and 0 now to Furland. Abby, the captain of the softball team. Three and 0. Baseball warming up on the other side of the complex. About 45 minutes to game time for them as they take on the University of Maine Presque Isle. 3-0 is bunted back to Bowman. They'll get the force at home. And there's one away as Furland will reach on the fielder's choice.
There's that example of the sportsmanship we're talking about earlier.
The second baseman, Addison Herrick.
It's pretty clear Coach Robertson's told the ladies, go ahead if you get an opportunity, get the bunt back to pitcher. And we can keep moving on. We got another game to play too. So, I mean, really, it's his way of not ballooning the score up so much, even at what it currently is. So,
2-0 now to Herrick. At the high school level for softball, there is a 20-run mercy after 3, but there is no mercy. It's only 10 after 5, or 8 after 5, excuse me, for softball at the college level. So no sense in, like you said, running it right up.
no, I think you can work on some small things, get into these scenarios, and try and get, plate appearances obviously count in games like this. Being able to see pitches come in. You're trying to really squeeze in, trying to do some small things well without blowing the score up.
The right fielder, Maria Dosti. Mustangs up 19-0 as the walk drives in a run. As Dosti squares up, not able to make contact, count 0-1.
It's just real tough being a batter, though, and being put in that situation as a competitor to kind of rein back and take that away a little bit, reel it in. It is really tough. So I think the ladies are doing a really nice job so far today.
After today, the Mustangs will have 2 weeks off before their next games, as they'll hit the road for 4 games in 2 days. They'll head to Bay Path University as they'll take on the Wildcats in Springfield. That pitch swung on a miss. Then they'll head to Northern Vermont Johnson the next day to play 2 with the Badgers, before coming back here for Senior Day on Sunday, May 1st. So a little bit of a break from softball action. 3-2 now to Dosti. You'll see more games here on Munzing Media for baseball as they start at 1 today, and they'll have 1 9-inning game Tuesday night. Dosti walks. that will bring up Emma Johnson. The left fielder, Emma Johnson. Baseball, a little bit of a more loaded schedule. They'll play Tuesday. They'll look to make up a game against Great Bay that was postponed last Friday. And then they'll have Quincy College on Patriots Day. Very heavy home schedule for Mustangs baseball as that is fouled back. The only travel, at least the rest of the month, will be for conference games in Portsmouth, Concord, New Hampshire, and South Portland. Three and one now to Johnson. And she wanted to bunt, but we'll take the walk and we'll go station to station. The center fielder, Olivia Gallen. That one is fouled off.
Yeah, that one hit the bat while it was still in the box. Umpire calling the ball dead.
One and one now to Gallen. Two and one now. The 2-1 is bunted as Gallen made contact with the ball out of the box, and Gallen will be out. The third baseman, Haley Fernald. And with two away, Fernald will step in. Bases are still loaded. The first pitch is low. The 1-0 is high, 2-0. As the 2-0 grounded through for a base hit. As Herrick scores, Dosty scores. It will be a double and 2 RBIs for Fernald. The Mustangs go up 23-0. And that will bring up Olivia Scott. The pitcher, Olivia Scott. As that is lined to third. And Scott will reach on the base hit, and then Johnson will score. the shortstop, Avery Herrick. With 2 away, Avery Herrick steps in as Fernald remains on second. Scott reaches on the hard hit base hit in the infield as Herrick squares up and bunts. The throw to third will be offline. And Avery will reach on the fielder's choice. And that will bring up Michaela Gross. That first pitch goes over everybody, but there will be no advance. Mustangs adding 6 more runs on. And 2-0 now to Gross. As Gross squares up, can't make contact, count 2-1.
I mean, they're doing everything they can to try and get that bat on the ball there. It's just they don't have very much to work with. Pat, the ball not really reaching the plate and being really difficult to even bunt strikes.
As Gross fouls that one, count 2-2. Bowman will look to get out of the inning here. The pitch fouled off. Gross stays alive. Due up for the Huskies in the top of the 4th will be the top of the order. Bowman, Parker, and Bruce. The 2-2. 3-2. And the 3-2 swung on and missed. And Gross down on strikes. And that will do it in the 3rd. Mustangs add 6 more, and they're up 24-0. We go to the 4th.
When I walked through these doors, I was just blown away.
This is insane. It just caught my attention immediately.
This is the first place that I've seen like this decked out. It's pretty sweet.
This is a grand opening for our esports arena. We're talking 1,600 square feet of pure technology.
Like, I'm shaking being here. It's so cool.
There's nothing like it in Maine. We're ahead of the curve here.
It's definitely a big market, something you can make a living on.
I've always had an interest in esports.
We're treating it like an extension of our athletic program. And then in addition to that, we're starting an esports management degree program.
It's just a different community for me to be a part of.
It really just helps me just be myself. It's just really fun.
This will bring students together. That's what's happening, and that's what esports.
As we start the 4th inning, Cassie Bowman steps in And the first pitch from Michaela Gross is in there for a strike. Mustangs going with some positional changes as Olivia Scott moves to short. Avery Herrick moves over to first, and Michaela Gross will step in the circle.
Yeah, good to get her some work. We talked a little bit off camera of it's good to get different people in, get them into different positions, and just get them feeling, get out there and play a little, and definitely get pitcher some work. So it's good to see Gross out there.
Olivia Scott, 3 innings of perfect softball. As the 1-2 from Gross is swung on and missed. There's one away. The third baseman, Olivia Parker. And Parker will step in. She struck out her first time up. 0-1.
Got a perfect setup here for the camera in the back with a lefty pitcher.
Grounded to second. Herrick to Herrick. And there's 2 away. Addison to Avery. Good 4-3 connection. The center fielder, Kayla Bruce. As Kayla Bruce will step in with 2 away. That pitch is poured in there. Oh, and 2.
Painting the corners is Gross right now. Nice job. Inside, outside there.
And the 0-2 swung on and missed. And it's another 1-2-3 inning. We go to the bottom of the 4th. Mustangs up 2 dozen.
When I walked through these doors, I was just blown away.
This is insane. It just caught my attention immediately.
This is the first place that I've seen like this decked out. It's pretty sweet.
What's the grand opening for our esports arena? We're talking 1,600 square feet of pure technology.
Like, I'm shaking being here. It's so cool.
There's nothing like it in Maine. We're ahead of the curve here.
It's definitely a big market, something you can make a living on.
I've always had an interest in esports.
So we're treating it like an extension of our athletic program. And then in addition to that, we're starting an esports management degree program.
It's just a different community for me to be a part of.
It really just helps me just be myself. It's just really fun.
This will bring students together. That's what's happening, and that's what esports is.
To me, it's beautiful, and I want to live here.
Abby Furlan will lead off the bottom of the 4th inning for the Mustangs as they're up 24-0. Michaela Gross taking over in the top of the 4th in the circle. As the Mustangs will look to get through the rest of game 1 here. We'll take about 25 minutes, and then we'll start game 2. The catcher, Abby Furlan. As a couple softballs getting wrangled in. It will be Furland, Addison Herrick, and Maria Dosty due up. Conditions a little blustery outside, but playing in the sun, still not a bad day. The 1-0 in there for a strike.
Big strike zone now. I think that's where we're at. It's interesting, Pat. It's just like everyone working kind of together in this, trying to move it along. So
2-1 now.
Umpires understand that as well.
I believe one of the umpires today is the crew chief, Tony Gowell. The 2-1. 3-1 now to Furland. And the pitch. Furland bunts. And that will be a fair ball. And she'll get a base hit.
What a great bunt. A little backspin on that one. The English sent it back towards the catcher, but just far enough away in between pitcher-catcher, and no one really had to play.
The second baseman, Addison Herrick. As Herrick will step in with nobody out and a runner on. As she bunts back to Bowman, and Herrick will reach on the E3. The right fielder, Maria Dosti. And Dosti will step in with 2 runners on. Two and 0 now to Dosti. Emma Johnson waiting on deck. And then it will be the top of the lineup for the Mustangs. And the 2-0. 3-0 now to Maria. Maria, one of 2 players for the Mustangs that will be recognized on Senior Day. The 3-0. And the bases are loaded. The left fielder, Emma Johnson. She'll step in with nobody out. And the pitch is low. Johnson offers bunt, pulls back in time. The 2-0. 3-0 now to Emma. Emma joined the softball team, was the goalkeeper for women's soccer in the fall, gained national recognition as the goalkeeper of the week. She offers at the 3-0, misses. The 3-1 bunted foul. pitch. And Johnson down on strikes. The center fielder, Olivia Gallen. As Gallen steps in, she bunts foul. Gallen leading the nation with 33 stolen bases. Started the day with 31, was able to put 2 on early. One and one now. And Bowman's 1-1, 2-1. And that one's bunted back to Bowman. She'll flip in time. Get the force as Gallen will reach on the fielder's choice. And Furland out at home. The third baseman, Haley Furnold. That's bunted down the third baseline, and everybody will reach.
Great bunt down the third baseline.
As Olivia Scott will step in. The shortstop, Olivia Scott. That is driven to right center, and that will drop.
Oh, they got to play here at first so they can get it back. Oh, now everyone advanced.
As 2 runners will score.
The classic Pat, just everyone being such a big lead. You know, I think Coach Robinson said only 1 base advance for some, but typically, you know, your instincts take over.
The first baseman, Avery Herrick. So that will drive in 2 as Scott will be credited with a double. That first pitch almost hit Herrick. Mustangs with 27 runs now on 12 hits. Count 2-0 now. And the pitch, 3-0 to Avery. Avery started at short, moved to first base. As Olivia Scott started in the circle, moved to short. 3-0 grounded foul. Michaela Gross came in to first base for Emily Wormwood and then is now in the circle to finish the game. And the 3-1, and Herrick will walk. The pitcher, Michaela Gross. As Gross will step in with the bases loaded and 2 outs. As she bunts, Bowman will flip it to the catcher. And that will do it for the Mustangs in the 4th. We head to the 5th. Mustangs up 27.
walked through these doors, I was just blown away.
This is insane. It just caught my attention immediately.
This is the first place that I've seen like this decked out. It's pretty sweet.
This is a grand opening for our esports arena. We're talking 1,600 square feet of pure technology.
Like, I'm shaking being here. It's so cool.
There's nothing like it in Maine. We're ahead of the curve here.
It's definitely a big market, something you can make a living on.
I've always had an interest in esports.
We're treating it like an extension of our athletic program. And then in addition to that, we're starting an esports management degree program.
It's just a different community for me.
As we start the top of the fifth, the first pitch to Victoria Garris is high. As you will now see baseball pregame going about the same time. Count 1-1 to Victoria Garris. Michaela Gross in relief here. The 1-1 grounded foul. Look to see who Coach Bruce Robertson starts in the circle for game 2.
It could be anybody if they wanted to. Get somebody else on board.
The 1-2, and Garris down on strike. No, count 1 and 2, I guess. That one's fouled off. I think we're missing something. I think now we got it. No, it's still 1 and 2.
I don't even know if I'm keeping track of this. They're looking at each other. There.
And now the 1-2 is Garris down on strike, swinging instead of looking. The catcher, Lily Zaluzniak. That first pitch is fouled back. There's our backstop camera with a little bit of movement in the wind.
Yeah, we got a little wind. The ball hitting the backstop.
Still a pretty good view back there. Michaela Gross waiting for the gust of wind to die down. The 0-1 is in there. Up 2 strikes. Grounded to first. And that is a fair ball. And Zaluzniak gets the first hit for the Huskies. The second baseman, Hannah Hall. And Hall will step in. Give credit to the Huskies staying in it. And the reward is there. As the combined perfect game is gone. And the combined no-hitter. The 1-0 grounded foul down the third base line. Huskies were looking to run, thinking, oh, that might be fair.
Yeah. They'll take anything at this point right now, Pat. I like the hustle and the effort from them still.
The 1-1 fouled off the first base side. And Gross up 1-2 here. And the 1-2, Hall down on strikes, swinging. And there's 2 away. The first baseman, Madison Denning. And Denning will step in with 2 away. That one's fouled off. that pitch in there. Huskies down to their last strike. The 0-2 swung on and missed, and that will do it. Mustangs take game one, 27-0. We'll take about 25 minutes here, and we'll bring you back here for game two.
When I walked through these doors, I was just blown away.
This is insane. It just caught my attention immediately.
This is the first place that I've seen like this decked out. It's pretty sweet.
This is a grand opening for our esports arena. We're talking 1,600 square feet of pure technology.
Like, I'm shaking being here. It's so cool.
There's nothing like it in Maine. We're ahead of the curve here.
It's definitely a big market, something you can make a living on.
I've always had an interest in esports.
So we're treating it like an extension of our athletic program. And then in addition to that, we're starting an esports management degree program.
It's just a different community for me to be a part of.
It really just helps me just be myself. It's just really fun.
This will bring students together. That's what's happening, and that's what esports is.
To me, it's beautiful, and I want to live here.
When I walked through these doors, I was just blown away.
This is insane. It just caught my attention immediately.
This is the first place that I've seen like this decked out. It's pretty sweet.
This is a grand opening for our esports arena. We're talking 1,600 square feet of pure technology.
Like, I'm shaking being here. It's so cool.
There's nothing like it in Maine. We're ahead of the curve here.
It's definitely a big market, something you can make a living on.
I've always had an interest in esports.
So we're treating it like an extension of our athletic program. And then in addition to that, we're starting an esports management degree program.
It's just a different community for me to be a part of.
It really just helps me just be myself. It's just really fun.
This will bring students together. That's what's happening, and that's what esports is.
To me, it's beautiful, and I want to live here.
I walked through these doors, I was just blown away.
This is insane. It just caught my attention immediately.
This is the first place that I've seen like this decked out. It's pretty sweet.
This is a grand opening for our esports arena. We're talking 1,600 square feet of pure technology.
Like, I'm shaking being here. It's so cool.
There's nothing like it in Maine. We're ahead of the curve here.
It's definitely a big market, something you can make a living on.
I've always had an interest in esports.
So we're treating it like an extension of our athletic program. And then in addition to that, we're starting an esports management degree program.
It's just a different community for me to be a part of.
It really just helps me just be myself. It's just really fun.
This will bring students together. That's what's happening, and that's what esports is.
To me, it's beautiful, and I want to live here.
When I walked through these doors, I was just blown away.
This is insane. It just caught my attention immediately.
This is the first place that I've seen like this decked out. It's pretty sweet.
This is a grand opening for our esports arena. We're talking 1,600 square feet of pure technology.
Like, I'm shaking being here. It's so cool.
There's nothing like it in Maine. We're ahead of the curve here.
It's definitely a big market, something you can make a living on.
I've always had an interest in esports.
So we're treating it like an extension of our athletic program. And then in addition to that, we're starting an esports management degree program.
It's just a different community for me to be a part of.
It really just helps me just be myself. It's just really fun.
This will bring students together. That's what's happening, and that's what esports is.
To me, it's beautiful, and I want to live here.
When I walked through these doors, I was just blown away.
This is insane. It just caught my attention immediately.
This is the first place that I've seen like this decked out. It's pretty sweet.
This is a grand opening for our esports arena. We're talking 1,600 square feet of pure technology.
Like, I'm shaking being here. It's so cool.
There's nothing like it in Maine. We're ahead of the curve here.
It's definitely a big market, something you can make a living on.
I've always had an interest in esports.
So we're treating it like an extension of our athletic program. And then in addition to that, we're starting an esports management degree program.
It's just a different community for me to be a part of.
It really just helps me just be myself. It's just really fun.
This will bring students together. That's what's happening, and that's what esports is.
To me, it's beautiful, and I want to live here.
doors, I was just blown away.
This is insane. It just caught my attention immediately.
This is the first place that I've seen like this decked out. It's pretty sweet.
This is a grand opening for our esports arena. We're talking 1,600 square feet of pure technology.
Like, I'm shaking being here. It's so cool.
There's nothing like it in Maine. We're ahead of the curve here.
It's definitely a big market, something you can make a living on.
I've always had an interest in esports.
So we're treating it like an extension of our athletic program. And then in addition to that, we're starting an esports management degree program.
It's just a different community for me to be a part of.
It really just helps me just be myself. It's just really fun.
This will bring students together. That's what's happening, and that's what esports is.
To me, it's beautiful, and I want to live here.
When I walked through these doors, I was just blown away.
This is insane. It just caught my attention immediately.
This is the first place that I've seen like this decked out. It's pretty sweet.
This is a grand opening for our esports arena. We're talking 1,600 square feet of pure technology.
Like, I'm shaking being here. It's so cool.
There's nothing like it in Maine.
When I walked through these doors, I was just blown away.
This is insane. It just caught my attention immediately.
This is the first place that I've seen like this decked out. It's pretty sweet.
This is a grand opening for our esports arena. We're talking 1,600 square feet of pure technology.
Like, I'm shaking being here. It's so cool.
There's nothing like it in Maine. We're ahead of the curve here.
It's definitely a big market, something you can make a living on.
I've always had an interest in esports.
So we're treating it like an extension of our athletic program. And then in addition to that, we're starting an esports management degree program.
It's just a different community for me to be a part of.
It really just helps me just be myself. It's just really fun.
This will bring students together. That's what's happening, and that's what esports is.
To me, it's beautiful, and I want to live here.
I walked through these doors, I was just blown away.
This is insane. It just caught my attention immediately.
This is the first place that I've seen like this decked out. It's pretty sweet.
This is a grand opening for our esports arena. We're talking 1,600 square feet of pure technology.
Like, I'm shaking being here. It's so cool.
There's nothing like it in Maine. We're ahead of the curve here.
It's definitely a big market, something you can make a living on.
I've always had an interest in esports.
So we're treating it like an extension of our athletic program. And then in addition to that, we're starting an esports management degree program.
It's just a different community for me to be a part of.
It really just helps me just be myself. It's just really fun.
This will bring students together. That's what's happening, and that's what esports is.
To me, it's beautiful, and I want to live here.
When I walked through these doors, I was just blown away.
This is insane. It just caught my attention immediately.
This is the first place that I've seen like this decked out. It's pretty sweet.
This is a grand opening for our esports arena. We're talking 1,600 square feet of pure technology.
Like, I'm shaking being here. It's so cool.
There's nothing like it in Maine. We're ahead of the curve here.
It's definitely a big market, something you can make a living on.
I've always had an interest in esports.
So we're treating it like an extension of our athletic program. And then in addition to that, we're starting an esports management degree program.
It's just a different community for me to be a part of.
It really just helps me just be myself. It's just really fun.
This will bring students together. That's what's happening, and that's what esports is.
To me, it's beautiful, and I want to live here.
When I walked through these doors, I was just blown away.
This is insane. It just caught my attention immediately.
This is the first place that I've seen like this decked out. It's pretty sweet.
This is a grand opening for our esports arena. We're talking 1,600 square feet of pure technology.
Like, I'm shaking being here. It's so cool.
There's nothing like it in Maine. We're ahead of the curve here.
It's definitely a big market, something you can make a living on.
I've always had an interest in esports.
So we're treating it like an extension of our athletic program. And then in addition to that, we're starting an esports management degree program.
It's just a different community for me to be a part of.
It really just helps me just be myself. It's just really fun.
This will bring students together. That's what's happening, and that's what esports is.
To me, it's beautiful, and I want to live here.
doors, I was just blown away.
This is insane. It just caught my attention immediately.
This is the first place that I've seen like this decked out. It's pretty sweet.
This is a grand opening for our esports arena. We're talking 1,600 square feet of pure technology.
Like, I'm shaking being here. It's so cool.
There's nothing like it in Maine. We're ahead of the curve here.
It's definitely a big market, something you can make a living on.
I've always had an interest in esports.
So we're treating it like an extension of our athletic program. And then in addition to that, we're starting an esports management degree program.
It's just a different community for me to be a part of.
It really just helps me just be myself. It's just really fun.
This will bring students together. That's what's happening, and that's what esports is.
To me, it's beautiful, and I want to live here.
When I walked through these doors, I was just blown away.
This is insane. It just caught my attention immediately.
This is the first place that I've seen like this decked out. It's pretty sweet.
This is a grand opening for our esports arena. We're talking 1,600 square feet of pure technology.
Like, I'm shaking being here. It's so cool.
There's nothing like it in Maine. We're ahead of the curve here.
It's definitely a big market, something you can make a living on.
I've always had an interest in esports.
So we're treating it like an extension of our athletic program. And then in addition to that, we're starting an esports management degree program.
It's just a different community for me to be a part of.
It really just helps me just be myself. It's just really fun.
This will bring students together. That's what's happening, and that's what esports is.
To me, it's beautiful, and I want to live here.
When I walked through these doors, I was just blown away.
This is insane. It just caught my attention immediately.
This is the first place that I've seen like this decked out. It's pretty sweet.
This is a grand opening for our esports arena. We're talking 16.
Check. Oh, sorry, that's why. There we go.
All right.
In 3, 2.
As we welcome you back here for Game 2, in the circle for your Mustangs will be Avery Herrick. We'll set the defense left to right in the outfield, the same starting as game 1. Emily Sanfason, Olivia Gallen, and Maria Dosty left to right in the infield. A little change, Haley Fernald at third. Olivia Scott will get the start at short for game 2. Addison Herrick at second. Abby Ferlin moves to first. Behind the plate, Emily Wormwood. And the ace in the circle, Avery Herrick. As we get set game 2 for the Huskies, Cassie Bowman will lead off. She'll be the pitcher for game 2. Be Haley Cason, the third baseman, will start game 2. And Kayla Bruce, the center fielder. Those will be the 3 hitters due up for the Huskies as we will get started with game 2. Baseball underway on the other end of the complex. Rob Munzing on the call for that. Leading off for the Huskies, the pitcher, Cassie Bowman. And the first pitch of game 2 is low. The Presque Isle Owls up on your Mustang baseball team 3-0 as they're in the second inning. 2-0 now to Bowman. Herrick will look to build on her nation-leading 90 strikeouts. 3-0. And the game starts with a walk.
Yeah, I think a tough pitch into Bowman will be in 4-11. Small strike zone.
The third baseman, Haley Cason. First pitch is inside. And the 1-0 from Herrick. Inside.
Yeah, having a little trouble here early on. I think some of that too, having the break and.
3-0 now to Cason. Avery coming into the game 4th in ERA. As the 3-0 is in there for a strike. Ball got away from Wormwood, but Bowman electing not to advance. Three and two now to Cason. Kayla Bruce waiting on deck. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. And Cason down on strikes.
Good to see Eric come back, throw 3 straight strikes.
The center fielder, Kayla Bruce. As Bruce will step in with one away. Mustangs at potential double play depth. That pitch inside. Two and 0 now to Bruce. That pitch in there for a strike. Temperature at the start of game 2, 52. Clouds have moved in a little bit, mostly cloudy. 3-1 now. And the pitch. 3-2 now to Bruce.
A little life there from the Huskies, a little different than what we saw in the first game.
And the 3-2 from Herrick. In there. And Bruce down looking.
Pat, I think I'm just happy that we're start of a new game, fresh.
The shortstop, Victoria Garris.
And there's a little bit more sense of urgency. We're actually playing rather than kind of going through the motions a little bit, which we saw in the first.
As Herrick starting to pound the zone. She's up 0-1 here.
Yeah, it looks like she found it.
Up to 92 strikeouts on the season. Pitch inside. And the 1-1 inside. Three and one now. And Garris will walk. As the Huskies have 2 runners on for the first time.
Yeah, something that we didn't see in the first game at all. So base runner advanced to second.
And the first pitch inside. Herrick and Wormwood making an adjustment. That pitch is low. The catcher, Lily Zaluzniak at the plate. The 2-0 swung on a missed. And Herrick's 2-1. 2-2. Herrick looking to get out of a potential jam here. The 2-2 swung on and missed, and that will do it for the Huskies in the first. They strand 2. Mustangs coming to bat.
Forensics has grown so much, and it's very beneficial to the criminal justice system. I was always one of those kids that watched forensic files. That was something I loved. Just a science person all around, I always have been. The instructors are some of the top forensic experts in Maine. They really know what they're talking about. They've been there, done that. CMCC is very lucky to have people like this. I'm an intro to criminal justice and criminal law and report writing. It's a lot of the baseline of things I have to be knowledgeable about. I want to do crime scene photography. The forensic science program is preparing me to start thinking like what's important here, what do I need to look for like right off the bat. You never know what you're going to find.
Olivia Gallen will lead it off for the Mustangs in the bottom of the first. She'll be followed by Haley Fernald and Olivia Scott. Mustangs opting with the same batting order as Game 1 without substitutions, just positional changes, which gives Coach Robertson a little flexibility, Nate, as he's able to keep the strong batting order but also keep players fresh at different positions.
Yeah, I think it's also interesting. He could have a little bit of an evaluation period if he sees somebody that might need a little work somewhere. You know, moving people around or move the girls around to different spots and trying to get them different scenarios and stuff like that they can work on. I think it's a good move.
In the circle for Game 2, she started Game 1 for the Huskies. It will be Cassie Bowman.
Yeah, we really saw Bowman have some struggles in that first game, finding her release point. Not a good sign there on the first warm-up pitch, but she did get slightly better as the game went on, getting the ball over the plate. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens here for CM. Right, they're going to come out and be swinging away, which is something that we didn't see for most of the game. They scored a lot in the first inning against her, and kind of understood what their opponent's capability were, and kind of hung back a little bit. That we saw Coach Robinson doing a good job of telling the ladies put bunts down, work on some small ball stuff, and not let it get too big of a lead. It still ended up being 27, so that kind of gives you an example for you folks at home, the difference between the two teams here we have today.
As we will get set for the bottom of the first. Olivia Gallen will look to get on base and add on to her nation-leading stolen base count at 33. Leading off for your Mustangs, the center fielder, Olivia Gallen. As Gallen will step in. Count 1-0. Two and 0. So we approach the bottom of the 1 o'clock hour. Three and 0 now to Gallen. Baseball in the top of the third of their game one. The visiting Owls up 3-0. The 3-0 is in there for a strike. On the mound for the Mustangs, Shane Sullivan.
Yeah, my guess is we're going to see a little bit wider strike zone here from the umpires in the second game.
The 3-1 to Gallen, and she'll walk as the Roadrunner reaches base. The third baseman, Haley Fernald. And the pitch will skip in as Gallen gets her 34th stolen base. And the 1-0. And Gallen will take third. Beep, beep, as executive producer Rob Munzing would say. Before you know it, she's on third. 2-0 to Fernald. Outside, 3-0.
No surprise there that she didn't go.
The 3-0, and Fernald will walk. The shortstop, Olivia Scott. As Scott will step in with runners on the corners and nobody out. 2-0 now to Scott. And that pitch is in there as Fernald's on second. Three and 1 to Olivia Scott. That pitch fouled back. And the 3-2 is high, and the bases are loaded. The pitcher, Avery Herrick. And Herrick will step in with nobody out. Infielders in. First pitch pretty much in the batter's box. Does not hit Herrick, though. And the 1-0. 2-0 now. The pitch. Driven to left center, and that will drop for a base hit. And that will be a double as that hits second base with Herrick on it. It'll be a double and 2 RBIs for Avery Herrick. The Mustangs take the 2-0 lead. The first baseman, Emily Wormwood. As Wormwood catching game 2. Mustangs with 2 runs on just 1 hit so far. That is driven to left center, and that will drop. It'll be a base hit and 2 RBIs for Emily Wormwood, and the Mustangs go up 4-0. Now batting number 12, Abby Ferland. That is grounded to third. Throw to second is not in time, and Abby Ferland will reach on the base hit. The second baseman, Edison Herrick. Count 1-0. Actually, the last play will be ruled as Ferland reaches on a fielder's choice. The 1-0 gets away, and runners will move up on the wild pitch. The 2-0 is now 3-0. And Herrick will walk on 4 straight. The right fielder, Maria Dosti. As Dosti will step in with the bases loaded and still nobody out. Mustangs with 4 runs on 2 hits. That pitch is in there for a strike. And the 0-1 driven through for a base hit. And 2 runs will score. It's a base hit and 2 RBIs for Maria Dosti. The Mustangs go up 6-0.
Yeah, it's good to see them coming in 2 at a time here, Pat.
The left fielder, Emily Sanfason. As Sanfason will step in. That is grounded to short. And Sanfason will reach on the E6. And Garris was stung by the ground ball. The center fielder, Olivia Gallen. As Garris is saying, just let's keep going.
I like that attitude.
And Gallen squares the bunt, and it will be a fielder's choice as Herrick will be out at home on the putout, 2 unassisted.
Nice play by the catcher there.
The third baseman, Haley Fernald, as the Huskies record the first out of the inning. That is grounded through for a base hit. Runners will go station to station, and it's a touchdown for the Mustangs. That will bring up Olivia Scott. The shortstop, Olivia Scott. This is the 12th hitter for the Mustangs this inning. That first pitch skips in. The 1-0 is driven to left and over the left fielder Tasker's head. And 2 runs will score. It's a base hit and 2 RBIs for Olivia Scott. The Mustangs go up 9-0. The pitcher, Avery Herrick. First pitch is low, and Fernald will take third. And Scott will take second. Is the count 2-0?
Yep.
Three and 0 now to Avery. And the 3-0 from Bowman. And Herrick will walk to load the bases for Wormwood.
I'd like to see Emily get a hold of one here. And,
The catcher, Emily Wormwood.
you know, she's going to have the green light. It's the first inning. I know they're already up 9 runs to nothing, but the further we go into this game, the less opportunity the kids are really going to have to swing away.
And she shows bunt.
But they might already be at the call. Coach Robertson said, we're going to go ahead and bunt when we get the bases loaded instead of actually swinging. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Good bunt.
And the throw home is not in time, and the run will score on the fielder's choice.
Good placement there, right down the first base side. Not far enough up the line that's an easy play for the pitcher to come down and be able to just dish it right back to the catcher. So nice job there by Emily.
The first baseman, Abby Furlan. As Furlan will step in, Mustangs up 10 on just 5 hits. And Furlan lays down a bunt. Throw home will be in time. There's 2 away as Furlan will reach on the fielder's choice.
Yeah, that looks like the MO right now for the Mustangs. If they get the bases loaded, they're just in a bunt.
The second baseman, Addison Herrick. And Herrick bunts that one foul. One and one. The 1-1 to Addison. Bunted foul. That grounded to first, and that will do it for the Mustangs. They get 10 runs on 5 hits. Leave the bases loaded. We go to the second inning. Mustangs up 10.
When I walked through these doors, I was just blown away.
This is insane. It just caught my attention immediately.
This is the first place that I've seen like this decked out. It's pretty sweet.
This is a grand opening for our esports arena. We're talking 1,600 square feet of pure technology.
Like, I'm shaking being here. It's so cool.
There's nothing like it in Maine. We're ahead of the curve here.
It's definitely a big market, something you can make a living on.
I've always had an interest in esports.
So we're treating it like an extension of our athletic program. And then in addition to that, we're starting an esports management degree program.
It's just a different community for me to be a part of.
It really just helps me just be myself. It's just really fun.
This will bring students together. That's what's happening, and that's what esports is.
To me, it's beautiful, and I want to live here.
And Avery Herrick will deal the first pitch of the second inning. In there for a strike. Due up for the Huskies will be Denning, Tasker, and Modal. Count 0-2. Some women's basketball news. Coach Andrew Morong hitting the recruiting trail after the national championship as Elizabeth Barrientos from Manchester, New Hampshire committed for next season. Congratulations to Coach Morong. Barrientos, a 5'8" power forward. And Denning down on strikes to start the second. The left fielder, Sharona Tasker. As Tasker steps in, first pitch, swinging. And the 0-1 from Herrick. Grounded to third. Fernald has it over to first. In time, and there's two away.
Nice job by Fernald playing through the ball there.
The right fielder, Claudia Modal. First pitch in there for a strike. And now Herrick up 2 strikes. And that will do it. A 1-2-3 inning for Avery Herrick. We head to the bottom of the second. Mustangs up 10. As we start the bottom of the second inning, due up for the Mustangs will be Maria Dosty, Emily Sanfason, and Olivia Gallen. Cassie Bowman in her second inning of work here in Game 2. Over on the baseball side, Mustangs down to the Presque Isle Owls 4-0 in the fourth inning. Plan would be right now as we try to get through Game 2. I'll be over to help on the call for Game 2. Plans change. We shall see. The task at hand for the Mustangs. Up 10. Let's work on some little fine tuning. Maybe bunt execution. Leading off for the Mustangs, the right fielder, Maria Dosty. As Dosty will step in to start the bottom of the second. And the pitch was low. Two and oh now to Dosty. And the pitch. Driven to right. That will be a base hit, and he gets past the right fielder, Modal. And it will roll under the fence. And it will be a ground rule double for Maria. And that will bring up Emily Sanfason. The left fielder, Emily Sanfason. That first pitch is low. The 1-0 is high, and Dosty will take off on the wild pitch. And the 2-0 from Bowman as Sanfason misses on the bunt attempt. It'll be 2-1. Dosty 60 feet away. And Sanfason squares around. That one is low. And the 3-1, and Sanfason will walk. That will turn the lineup over. The center fielder, Olivia Gallen. As Olivia Gallen, the Roadrunner, steps in. First pitch fouled off. Mustangs working on bunt execution. Definitely going to be a key tool as they head down the stretch. The 0-1, and Gallen gets the bunt down. Bowman fields it over to first. Dosty will score, and Sanfason heads to second. And that will bring up Haley Fernald. The third baseman, Haley Fernald. punt will go in as a sacrifice and an RBI. Count 1-0 to Fernald. With Sanfison in scoring position. Mustangs with 1 run in the inning. 2-0. Two and one now to Fernald. And the 2-1 line back up through the middle. That'll be a base hit. And it'll hit the edge of the fence. Sanfison rounds third. She will score. It's a double and an RBI for Haley Fernald. The Mustangs up 12-0. The shortstop, Olivia Scott. Twelve runs on 7 hits so far for the Mustangs. That pitch bunted down the line. And before Bowman can get to it in fair territory, it rolls foul. Count will be 0-1 to Scott. I almost think Bowman would have wanted that to stay fair. Potentially get the put out at first. And the pitch is low. That is bunted back to Bowman, and the play cannot be made as the runners move up 60 feet on the E3. The pitcher, Avery Herrick. As Herrick will step in, looking to help her cause. Second error of the day for Word of Life, or Game 2. Quick check of baseball. Mustangs are now down 4-1, and Scott will take second. And the 1-0 skips low. Mustangs baseball now making it 4-2. As the rally starting at the other end of the complex. Rob Munzing on the call for that one, as that is bunted. And Fernald tagged out, heading for home. As that will be, Herrick will reach on a fielder's choice. Fernald out one unassisted. And that will bring up Emily Wormwood. The catcher, Emily Wormwood. Is that is caught in the air, and that will do it for the Mustangs in the second. They get 2 runs. We'll head to the third. Mustangs up 12.
When I walked through these doors, I was just blown away.
This is insane. It just caught my attention immediately.
This is the first place that I've seen like this decked out. It's pretty sweet.
This is a grand opening for our esports arena. We're talking 1,600 square feet of pure technology.
Like, I'm shaking being here. It's so cool.
There's nothing like it in Maine. We're ahead of the curve here.
It's definitely a big market, something you can make a living on.
I've always had an interest in esports.
We're treating it like an extension of our athletic program. And then in addition to that, we're starting an esports management degree program.
It's just a different community for me to be a part of.
It really just helps me just be myself. It's just really fun.
This will bring students together. That's what's happening, and that's what esports is.
To me, it's beautiful, and I want to live here.
Anna Hall will lead it off for the Huskies as we start the third inning. Leading off for the Huskies, the second baseman, Hannah Hall. The first pitch from Avery Herrick is fouled back. Taking another quick look, Mustangs baseball has tied it. And they have just taken the lead, we think. Yep. As it's 0-2 now to Hall. Just multiple sports going on the turf complex. Kind of paying attention to everything going on. And Hall down on strikes, swinging. The pitcher, Cassie Bowman. That will turn the lineup over as Avery has faced 2 over the minimum, just 2 walks so far. First pitch is high. And the 1-0, 2-0 now. Riano. Herrick down early here. That one fouled just to the left of the camera from our perspective.
Oh, look out, Mo.
Definitely made my heart stop there for a second.
Yeah, it was, that could have got real interesting.
Sorry, Mo, I'm more worried about the cameras. The 3-1 is driven to right, and that's a base hit. And Bowman reaches. And the no-hitter is gone. The third baseman, Haley Kaysen. As Kaysen will step in with 1 away and a runner on. That first pitch is inside. That one paints the corner at 1-1. That 2-1 is fouled back. 2-2. And that one's fouled off. the pitch. In there, called strike 3, and Bowman heads for second. Throw is not in time. So it'll be a strikeout and a stolen base, as the Huskies, for the second time, have somebody in scoring position. The center fielder, Caleb Bruce.
Yeah, good jump there by Bowman from first over to second.
That one's grounded, and a little miscommunication, and Bruce will reach.
I don't know why Gross didn't just go. I think there were so many options over there between
The shortstop, Victoria Garris.
between Herrick.
And unfortunately, that's the Huskies' second hit.
Yeah, the two Herricks over there for Gross. I think she thought one of them was going to take it, and they both thought she was going to get it.
Count 1-0 to Garris. With runners on the corners. And the pitch. Fouled off. 1-1. One swung on and missed. And the 1-2 swung on and missed, and that will do it for the Huskies. They strand runners on the corners as we head to the bottom of the third. Mustangs up 12.
When I walked through these doors, I was just blown away.
This is insane. It just caught my attention immediately.
This is the first place that I've seen like this decked out. It's pretty sweet.
What's the grand opening for our esports arena? We're talking 1,600 square feet of pure technology.
Like, I'm shaking being here. It's so cool.
There's nothing like it in Maine. We're ahead of the curve here.
It's definitely a big market, something you can make a living on.
I've always had an interest in esports.
So we're treating it like an extension of our athletic program. And then in addition to that, we're starting an esports management degree program.
It's just a different community for me to be a part of.
It really just helps me just be myself. It's just really fun.
This will bring students together. That's what's happening, and that's what esports is.
To me, it's beautiful, and I want to live here.
Michaela Gross will lead it off here in the bottom of the third inning. She'll get her first at bat. Addison Herrick and Emma Johnson due up. Leading off for your Mustangs, the first baseman, Michaela Gross.
Let's see if Michaela can get things started here.
The first pitch driven to center, and that will be a base hit. The second baseman, Addison Herrick. The Huskies getting 2 hits in the top of the third, but stranding 2 runners. And the first pitch to Herrick gets away, and Gross will advance on the wild pitch. Actually, I think I'm going to correct that to a pass ball. The 1-0. 2-0. And Herrick offers. Can't make contact, and Gross will take third. It'll be 2-1 to Addison here, with Emma Johnson waiting on deck. The 2-1 fouled off. And the 2-2 from Bowman. One rises 3-2. That swung on and missed. Herrick's going to run down to first on the drop third strike. The right fielder, Emma Johnson. As Emma Johnson will step in. Runners on the corners. And Herrick will take second. Count 1-0. Two and 0 now. Mustangs baseball in the bottom of the fifth, up 5-4 on the University of Maine Presque Isle Owls. Looks to be a couple of good games on the other side. 3-0 now to Johnson, with Sam Fasson waiting on deck. As we're at quarter past the 2 o'clock hour. Three and 1 now to Emma. And the pitch. And Johnson will walk to load the bases. The left fielder, Emily Sanfasson. And still nobody out. Sanfasson bunts. Bowman makes the play as Sanfasson will reach on the fielder's choice. There's one away. The center fielder, Olivia Gallen. That first pitch grounded back to Bowman. She'll flip in time to get Herrick at home, and there's two away. The third baseman, Haley Fernald. Back-to-back 1-2 fielder's choices. Prevent the Mustangs from scoring in the inning so far. As Fernald looks at ball one. Two and 0 now to Fernald. That is driven to left center, and that's going to roll under the fence. That will be a ground rule double for Haley Fernald as she gets 2 RBIs. And that will bring up Olivia Scott. The shortstop, Olivia Scott. As the center fielder, Bruce, rolls under the fence.
I was kind of her to go retrieve that so it wouldn't get involved in the baseball game.
And the pitch, driven to center. That will drop. And it will be a triple for Olivia Scott as she will clear the bases. The Mustangs go up 16-0. The pitcher, Avery Herrick. First pitch is low. Mustangs with 4 runs in the inning. They're up to 16 runs on 10 hits. For the Huskies, no runs on 2 hits, 2 errors in the field. And that pitch is lined to left center. Scott will score. It will be a double for Avery Herrick. The Mustangs go up 17-0. As Kayla Bruce will go to get the ball. The catcher, Emily Wormwood. Mustangs doing damage here with 2 outs. And the pitch inside, 1-0. That is driven to center, and that will drop. And Wormwood with a base hit to center field. The first baseman, Michaela Gross. And Gross bunts. Bowman throws to first, and that will be an E3. That will load the bases for Addison Herrick. The second baseman, Addison Herrick. The third error for the Huskies here in game 2. That is driven to right over Modal's head. And that will hit the fence. And that will be a double. And 3 RBIs as Addison Herrick clears the bases. It's 20-0. And the first pitch to Emma Johnson is low. Mustangs with 20 runs on 13 hits. As Johnson tries to bunt, Herrick will take third on the wild pitch. As Johnson tries to bunt, count 1 and 2. The 1-2 to Johnson is low, 2 and 2. If you're just joining us, Mustangs with a big 27-0 win in game 1. Up 20-0 here in game 2. As we glance over at baseball, it's tied at 5 in the 6th inning of game 1. 3 and 2 now to Emma Johnson at the plate. And the pitch. And Emma Johnson will walk. We'll put runners on the corners. The left fielder, Emily Sanfason. The first pitch is low, and we're going to have a quick timeout as a baseball has made it onto the softball side. Would be a ground rule double for the visiting Owls. And the 1-0, Sanfason bunts back to Bowman. She'll flip to home, but there's no play. And Sanfason will reach on a fielder's choice. And that will turn the lineup over. The center fielder, Olivia Gallen. as Olivia Gallen steps in. She bunts, and Bowman will flip to home, and that will do it for the Mustangs. They get 8 runs in the bottom of the third. We head to the fourth. Mustangs up 20.
When I walked through these doors, I was just blown away.
This is insane. It just caught my attention immediately.
This is the first place that I've seen like this decked out. It's pretty sweet.
This is a grand opening for our esports arena. We're talking 1,600 square feet of pure technology.
Like, I'm shaking being here. It's so cool.
There's nothing like it in Maine. We're ahead of the curve here.
It's definitely a big market, something you can make a living on.
I've always had an interest in esports.
So we're treating it like an extension of our athletic program. And then in addition to that, we're starting an esports management degree program.
It's just a different community for me to be a part of.
It really just helps me just be myself. It's just really fun.
This will bring students together. That's what's happening, and that's what esports is.
To me, it's beautiful, and I want to live here.
A relief pitcher for the Mustangs to start the fourth inning will be Haley Fernald, as Avery Herrick will move to third. Emily Wormwood moves to left field, and now behind the plate will be Emily Sanfason. So a few more changes for Coach Bruce Robertson, as the Mustangs will look to get through 2 more innings on defense and 1 inning on offense. Due up for the Huskies will be the catcher Saluzniak, Madison Denning, and Sharona Tasker, the 5, 6, and 7 hitters. Big key here will be for the Mustangs, keep the mistakes down to minimum, with players moving around in positions. Sanfason getting her first action of the spring behind the plate. Leading off for the Huskies, the catcher Lily Saluzniak. And the first pitch is low. Two and 0 now. Pitch is in there for a strike. 2-2, the count now. And the pitch, 3-2 now. And the pitch. And Zaluzniak will walk. The first baseman, Madison Denning. So, with one runner on, Mustangs will be at potential double play depth. First pitch is in there. The 0-1 is low. And the pitch. No intent to swing there. 2-1. Gust of wind.
Big one.
Moves across the complex. 3-1 now. Baseball in the 7th inning now, tied at 5. And Denning will walk. Back-to-back walks. Not something you want to see if you're a Mustang, Nate.
No, I need to make an adjustment here if you're Fernald.
The left fielder, Sharona Tasker. That first pitch is high. Looking a little frustrated out in the circle.
Yeah, I was watching her warm up. She didn't look very comfortable out there either. A lot of low throws, a lot of low down inside, and it just doesn't seem like there's been much for her to make the change to. She just looks kind of agitated too, I think, Pat, if you look at her right now, her body language.
3-0 now to Tasker. Not something you want to do is load the bases. Granted, even with the score right now. And Tasker walks. Three straight walks. And we're going to have a pinch hitter. Your attention, please. Pinch hitting for the Huskies, number 25, to Adriana Coleman. And the first pitch to Coleman is low.
Boy, if you're the Huskies right now, you're taking until you see a strike.
I want to thank the umpire for yelling out the substitution. That definitely helps us here in the booth. The 1-0 is low. 2-0 now to Coleman. Bases loaded, nowhere to put her. Chance for the Huskies to score their first run. That pitch is in there. Fernald finds the strike zone.
Yeah, it took a little bit longer stride there. I think her timing, it let her arm catch back up, Pat, a little bit. I think she's been a little too quick to the plate. Her release point's a little off. There she goes. She kind of found it now.
2-2 now to Coleman.
Like sometimes the pitchers, they get out ahead of themselves. Their body and their arm, it's all timing there. She found that.
And Coleman down looking. Just what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, I just need two more.
The second baseman, Hannah Hall. And that will bring up the 9-hitter, Hall. Second baseman. And the pitch. There was intent to swing there. Count 0-1. one from Fernald. Fouled off. Fernald will look to get back-to-back strikeouts here on the next pitch. The 0-2 grounded to third. Herrick can't make the play. And everybody moves up a base. And the Huskies score. That'll be a reach on a fielder's choice and an RBI. As Cassie Bowman will step in on top of the Huskies lineup.
Yeah, just one out here in the inning.
Two and 0 now to Bowman. Bowman going the distance in game one in the circle, and so far going the distance here in game two. It's 3-0. And no place to put her. The pitch in there. 3-1. Biggest thing if you're Haley Fernald right now. Location, location, location. Grounded back to Fernald. She'll throw home. And they'll get an out. As Bowman will reach on the fielder's choice. That will be a 1-2 putout. With two away. And it looks like we'll have another pinch hitter. Your attention, please. Pinch hitting for the Huskies, number 2, Olivia Parker. As Parker will step in with two away. And the pitch, just low. And the 1-0 fouled off as the umpire makes a play. Sign him up.
He still got some skill back there. The highlight of the day.
The 1-1 is low. And the 2-1 from Fernald is low. The 3-1, and the carousel continues for the Huskies. That is their second run on the day. It'll be a walk and an RBI for Parker. The center fielder, Kayla Bruce. And the pitch from Fernald is in there for a strike. A swing and a miss, and potential walk-off situation for the Mustangs baseball team as they head to the bottom of the seventh, tied at 5. Haley Fernald looking to get that final strike here in the top of the fourth. Swing and a miss. Mission accomplished. We head to the bottom of the fourth. Mustangs up 20-2.
When I walked through these doors, I was just blown away.
This is insane. It just caught my attention immediately.
This is the first place that I've seen like this decked out. It's pretty sweet.
What's the grand opening for our esports arena? We're talking 1,600 square feet of pure technology.
Like, I'm shaking being here. It's so cool.
There's nothing like it in Maine. We're ahead of the curve here.
It's definitely a big market, something you can make a living on.
I've always had an interest in esports.
So we're treating it like an extension of our athletic program. And then in addition to that, we're starting an esports management degree program.
It's just a different community for me to be a part of.
It really just helps me just be myself. It's just really fun.
This will bring students together. That's what's happening, and that's what esports is.
To me, it's beautiful, and I want to live here.
Haley Fernald will lead it off for the Mustangs. In the bottom of the fourth, the Huskies get 2 runs. They leave the bases loaded in the top of the fourth as we have an 18-run game here. A lot of focus on the baseball side as they're in the bottom of the seventh with the Mustangs and Owls from the University of Maine Presque Isle tied at 5. Potential for extra innings over there.
Looks like CM just got lead runner on.
Rob Munzing on the call for that. It'll be Haley Fernald, Olivia Scott, and Avery Herrick due up in the bottom of the inning. Leading off for your Mustangs, the pitcher, Haley Fernald. As Fernald will step in. And the pitch is low. Sun peeking back out as we approach 3 o'clock. Temperature steady at 52. Wind blowing around. Definitely a steady gust. I don't want to interrupt Rob Munzing, but Jimmy Reed stole second. It's 2-0 to Haley Fernald. You're listening to softball. You're getting 2 games for the price of 1.
Yeah, there you go.
The 2-0 in there for a strike. A steady west-northwest wind here in Auburn at 17 miles an hour. Jimmy Reed rounds third. Nope. Mustangs with runners on the corners. Over on the baseball side and the softball side, a 3-1 count to Haley Fernald. winning run 90 feet away. They'll take about 25 minutes in between games over there, and I hope to be on the call for game 2 as Fernald will walk to start the inning. The shortstop, Olivia Scott. And that pitch popped up and foul ground. The catch is made, and there's one away. The third baseman, Avery Herrick. And the pitch to Herrick. Grounded foul. And the 0-1, 1-1. Focus on the baseball diamond. And the 1-1 to Herrick, 2-1. Is now the Mustangs baseball with runners on second and third. Ground ball forces the runner over. And the 2-1 gets away. Be advance on a wild pitch. Count 3-1 to Herrick. With Fernald standing on second. Actually, it looks like the Mustangs may have the bases loaded. That is grounded to short. Throw to first is not in time. And Mustangs have runners on the corners here. 1 out. The left fielder, Emily Wormwood. One and 0 count to Wormwood. 2 outs. And Wormwood tries the bunt, goes foul. Two and 1 now. A 1-2 count with 2 outs over on the baseball diamond. And bunt foul, so that caught the umpire.
Couldn't catch that one, could he?
Square in the chest, good save if you're a goaltender. And the Mustangs take game 1 on the baseball diamond, 6-5, as they mob in the infield. A 3-2 count to Emily Wormwood. Mustangs spring athletics in full swing.
That's a heck of a comeback. They were down 4-0 at one point.
They'll take about 25 minutes, and hopefully I'm on the call for game 2. And Wormwood will walk. Though knowing the superstitious Coach Palmer, he won't want me on the call. The first baseman, Michaela Gross. And Gross shows bunt with the bases loaded and 1 out. Pitch is low. As Corey Armstrong walks it off. Drives in the game-winning run. The 1-0 skied up in the zone, 2-0. One out, bases loaded. Michaela Gross at the plate, and the 2-0 to her is low. Mustangs with 20 runs on 13 hits. No errors in the field so far. The visiting Huskies from Word of Life Bible Institute. 2 runs, 2 hits, 4 errors in the field as Michaela Gross will walk. That will drive in the 21st run of Game 2. The second baseman, Addison Herrick. Pitch is low. The 25-minute clock has started. The 1-0 grounded back to Bowman. She'll flip to first and get the out as a run will score. And that will bring up Emma Johnson. The right fielder, Emma Johnson. With 2 outs, runners second and third. And the pitch, fouled back. The 0-1 bunted foul, 0-2. And the 0-2 swung on and missed. Throw down will not be in time, and Johnson will reach. The catcher, Emily Sanfason. As she'll step in. Pitch is low. That pitch bunted foul. 1-1. Bunted fair as the catcher will pick it up. Step on home plate, and that will do it for the Mustangs in the fourth. We go to the fifth. Mustangs up 20.
When I walked through these doors, I was just blown away.
This is insane. It just caught my attention immediately.
This is the first place that I've seen like this decked out. It's pretty sweet.
This is a grand opening for our esports arena. We're talking 1,600 square feet of pure technology.
Like, I'm shaking being here. It's so cool.
There's nothing like it in Maine. We're ahead of the curve here.
It's definitely a big market, something you can make a living on.
I've always had an interest in esports.
So we're treating it like an extension of our athletic program. And then in addition to that, we're starting an esports management degree program.
It's just a different community for me to be a part of.
It really just helps me just be myself. It's just really fun.
This will bring students together. That's what's happening, and that's what esports is.
To me, it's beautiful, and I want to live here.
Victoria Garris leads off the fifth inning. Mustangs up 20. And the first pitch from Haley Fernald is in there for a strike. Just what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, good start for her. See if she can string a couple of these together.
The 0-1 grounded back to Fernald, over to first, perfect. And there's one away.
Nothing like a easy bunny right back to you.
Zaluzniak. Zaluzniak up with one out, and Denning on deck. Those are the three hitters due up. As Haley Fernald will look to finish it out. Pitch in there for a strike. As we'll look to get the press box over here cleaned up so then we can go join Rob Munzing on the call for game 2 at the baseball end. So that swung on and missed. Mustangs baseball with a walk-off win in game 1 to look to continue that momentum. The 0-2 swung on and missed. There's 2 away. The first baseman, Madison Denning. As Denning will step in with 2 outs. And the pitch, low. The 1-0 swung on a missed. Speed and rhythm, the name of the game here in the top of the 5th. And the 1-1 from Fernald, low. And the 2-1 swung on and missed. Huskies down to their last strike. Haley Fernald set the 2-2, and down goes Denning on strikes. That will do it. Mustangs, 2 big wins. 27-0, 22-2. That will do it here at the softball end. For Zach Mann running the scoreboard, Mo Jabral running the camera, the producer for softball, Nate Munzing, I'm Patrick Dexler. We'll see you over at baseball for the start of Game 2.